Good morning, good afternoon, traders. Welcome, everyone. Please let me know if the sound is okay. Hi, team. Hi, Clifton. Hi, Scott. Hi, DVG. Crazy market start traders already. I hope you had a beautiful green day yesterday. I had two winners, so nothing to complain about. And today seems like that the market is starting hectic from red to green. Actually, just happened minutes before, after we just got some economic news, and not just economic news, but more news about the the bill which just passed the Senate. So it seems like by one vote, House passes multi-trillion-dollar tax break package indeed. So this seems like that they did accept. And this means that this is positive for the market as well. But unfortunately, there are some quite of serious concerns as well, especially including the debt indeed, even if this is going to be, like going through the House and the Senate. But unfortunately, it seems like that the US debt is the reason, first of all, of the Moody's downgrade. Second, seems like that the bond market is still not coming down. Like yesterday, the 30 years yields curve is just went really, really high, unfortunately, and this can just cause a quite of an ugly a drop on the stock market, as we could see yesterday. So let's see what happened. The long-term US bond yield spiked Wednesday with the 30 years hitting 5.09%. And behind the move is the weak 20-year Treasury auction, as because of the Moody's recent US credit downgrade, a growing concern over the proposal to extend Trump-era tax cuts, which would add further strain to the America's already stretched balance sheet. So traders, seems like that this does not mean entirely a great decision for the US, but so far the SPY is a bit relaxed on that. At least it's just made a U-turn from red to green. Hi Todd, good morning to you. Hi Steve, Brian, Vincent, good morning early birds. Good morning, good morning. So market just starting volatile in the pre-market already. So let's see what happened. And what does mean that this US House passes massive tax cut package by just one vote? This just shows the seriousness as well, or the weight of this decision. So the key points of the package, they include a tax exemptions on tips, overtime pay, and social security benefits, plus raising the SALT deduction cap, state and local tax deductions. So this is what it is about. I mean, this bill. The bill now moves to the Senate, where it is expected to face further debate and possible amendments. So the first stage, it's won. Second stage, it's still a question, and because the Senate is next. Okay, so this is what is happening now in the market a lot, indeed, a lot, because these tariffs and everything is just making a huge impact on the stocks too. But today, indeed, we have some economic news, not just like yesterday, and let's see what's going to happen after a red day on the market. As you can see, the market extended this drop quite ugly towards to the end of the day. Again, the reason of that, the bond market just made a little turbulence on the stock market indeed. Hi, Tara. Good morning to you. Do you think, Todd, that it's going to pass the Senate? Well, I don't know. Well, highly likely, but this was like really tight. They just passed with one vote. So, wow, it looks interesting indeed. Okay, we will see that, but let's just focus now on the pre-market economic news, which was the unemployment claims first of all, but actually I think this U-turn, it was not thanks to the unemployment claims indeed, but rather the fact that the bill just passed the House now. Okay, so if I'm just checking the numbers, unemployment claims, it's lower than expected with 2,000 or 3,000 indeed, which is not bad. 230K was the expectation, and it just came shy with 3,227K, which is a really, really nice number indeed. It's much better than higher, right? And it's still not the end, because at 9:45 we will get the flash manufacturing PMI, flash services PMI, 10 o'clock existing home sales, and later on again we have an FOMC member speaker who is going to be Williams. She's going to speak at 2 p.m. So this is what we can expect on the economic front. All right, traders, what else in here in the main news? Of course, this big pass on the bill, at least in the House, it was a kind of a big news indeed. Solars are plunging though, as the Republican tax bill worse than feared for clean energy. So we can watch ENPH, SCDG, FSLR. These are the solar stocks to the downside. And as you can see on Scott's list, who already posted the list, he's going for the shorts already. And definitely there are some more pressure on the medical stocks as well. I'm just going to talk about it later. Okay, summer travel demand is soaring, but airlines are short on planes. Ouch, that doesn't look good indeed, but does not do anything with at least for the market. Maybe Boeing is going to be interesting because of that news. Investors dump bonds globally as U.S. credit downgrade. As I mentioned, Trump's tax bill ignite fiscal worries. Well, we have a lot here, as I mentioned in the pre-market with the bonds, with this bill which just passed on these tax exemptions and reductions. And we have again a little bit more economic news coming. Bitcoin, in the meantime, guys, this is just getting crazy again. Bitcoin just topped 110K. Let me just check how does it look like now. Bitcoin, let's see. Bitcoin is up 100 yeah, 100,011. Wow, that's a big number indeed. And this means that this 111K, this is a quite of a new all-time high for the Bitcoin traders. So this is definitely a historical day in the Bitcoin era, and seems like it's still moving higher. What does it mean? We can watch Coin, Mara, and MSTR, which is one of DVG's favorite stock if we just track the Bitcoin. Okay, what else in here? Jobless claims point to steady job growth in May. This is what I mentioned you. This helped for the market as well. I mean, I think at least to move from red to green. OpenAI here is why OpenAI is buying iPhone designer Johnny Ives startup for $6.5 billion. Maybe some competition coming for the iPhone. I don't know yet. We have lots of stocks with news traders, as I've told you, not just the solar stocks, but medical stocks are down. And for example, Snowflake just released the earnings too. So we have a really nice movers, but let's just check overall the world's stock exchanges. Europe, it's in red. Of course, this is an answer mainly to this retreat on the US markets. Asia is in red too. On the rate side, US 10 years, finally it's pulling back a little bit. Futures, quite mixed because NASDAQ is green, but the Dow Jones and S&P 500 red. The gold is quite steady on this 3,300 level. And as I mentioned, Bitcoin just reached a new level, a new all-time high indeed. So coin should be definitely on our list, as I told you. Okay, guys, what else on the mover side? If you have any questions, of course, in the meantime, any candidates on your side, please just let me know in the chat. Hi, Davida. Hi, Jennifer. Good morning to you. Nice to see you, everyone. And let's see quickly the movers. We have AAP. Hi, Alfred. Nice to see you. AAP, we have AAP. It is the Advanced Auto Parts, and it's up a lot, 30% after the Advanced Auto Parts topped first quarter expectations. This is a very nice move to the upside. Also, I'm a bit worried that it's going to be a little bit too much. Let me just check it. How does it look like? AAP, not APP, because APP is a plugin. Okay, AAP. Let me just check you. 33% 6% higher, huge gap to the upside. Let's see. It was very extended. It still has a lot to go back higher, but this 30% is a little bit too much for me traders. Also, I still going to call it to the long list. So long AAP. First of all. Second, Nike. Stock added 1% after they said it would resume sales on Amazon. Nike had previously been a gated brand on the site, which means sales were highly restricted after the brand stopped direct sales through the e-commerce site since 2019. The company also plans to raise prices on select products. Now let's see, Nike, if you can just continue with this nice move to the upside. And as I mentioned you, the medical stock, healthcare, insurance stocks, just to be precise, it's down because the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services announced an aggressive expansion of the Medicare Advantage audits, sending shares of health insurer lower, like Humana, CVS, and UNH. I'm just going to move them to the short side. Humana, UNH, and yes, you can just watch them. And as I mentioned, you even FSL or SCDG, and the rest is going to be on my short list. The reason for that, the new bill is not really good for renewable energy, unfortunately. What else in here? Analog devices popped 3%. ADI, after the semicon manufacturer company beat the fiscal second quarter expectations. Nice. We can just put it to the long list. Also, I just would like to take a quick look on my chart here. How does it look like on the daily and especially on the volume front? Volume is quite okay, 3% higher. Also, based on the fact that this is quite of a pricey stock, I would like to see a little bit more volume pouring in after the bell. Let's see if we can see that indeed, but looks nice. Let's see whether it can just stretch higher. I'm going to put ADI to the long side. URBN is here too, 17% after great earnings. Well done, URBN. Let me just check the pre-market volume and the daily chart first, and then let's decide whether we need that on our long list or not. Nice pre-market volume, 18% to the upside. This is a quite of a big mover indeed. For me, again, the gap, it's a little bit too much, but we could see that this environment does not care about that fact indeed. So I'm going to call it to the long side, but in the meantime, I'm going to be careful. I prefer stocks which are up like 3-5%. But not that much indeed, like 18 and 13. It's a little bit too much for me. But let's see whether it can stretch. Lumen Technologies, it is up to a lot indeed, 12%. LUMN, this is a very low price stock, but it is just a buyout as I see. So stock rallied, now it's 12% after AT&T agreed to acquire substantially all of Lumen's mass markets fiber internet connectivity business. So this is actually not the whole thing, but just a part of it. In this case, might we still see a little bit more push on the LUMN? We can watch it for sure. And one of my favorite for today traders, there is no doubt, it's Snowflake. 8.31% higher at the moment. The cloud-based data storage company posted solid earnings in its first quarter, and the second quarter product revenue guidance also exceeded the expectations. So Snowflake, there is no doubt, I'm going to put it on my long list. And here comes again the news, even on the CNBC with the solar stocks, as the House Republican tax bill, it's worse than feared for the clean energy. So SolarEdge, Enphase, First Solar, Nextracker, everything is just selling off. And even Zoom, it is down 1% despite first quarter earnings beat. Let me just check the Zoom. How does it look like on the daily again and on the volume front? Zoom volume, okay. And it should be, I must tell you, this should be a nice long play if I'm just checking, the news that it's better than expected on the earnings, but it's not that enthusiastic. I think it has a chance to continue, but I'm going to be careful with this Zoom. I'm not quite convinced. I would like to see at least like a 2-3% higher indeed, but it seems like that the stockholders, investors, or even the retail traders are not that enthusiastic about the Zoom. Let's see if this is going to change after the market bell. And the last one is PBI. This is just 9% higher. This is a shipping and mailing company. They said that the sitting director, Kurt Wolf, has appointed as its new chief executive. He replaces Lance Rosenzweig, who is retiring from his role as CEO. Seems like this is favorable news for the stockholders and the traders. So PBI, we can just watch it on the secondary list. Hi, Sebastian. Nice to see you. Hi, Andy. Nice to see you. I hope you are doing okay. Mark, Daran, welcome. And Google for continued. Oh, yes, Andy, you are right. This Google was crazy yesterday. And I was just watching and I missed it. As far as I remember, DVG called a great long on this Google. I missed it, unfortunately. But Google at the moment, you are right, it's quite strong. And I'm just checking now the watch list after we just over the new stocks traders. And most of the stocks are quite strong. And again, I mean the big stocks. And again, please don't forget to watch Coin today. And even Hood, I would say Hood and Coin because of the Bitcoin rally. As you know, Hood has some strings attached to the Bitcoin. PLTR is in green too, NVIDIA, Meta, Microsoft, Netflix, AMD, Triple Q, WMT, CRM, these are in the green side. Disney, JP Morgan, AVGO, Apple is red, Pinterest, AFRM, Roblox, mRNA, and Tesla. And the weakest are Baba and Humana, by the way. And as I've told you, the health insurers are going down for a big reason. So I'm going to watch them on the short list. We have really, really nice candidates for today, traders. I would say even the list is long enough to get enough great moves. So let's just go for it. VIP room traders, 44 room traders, I wish you a beautiful green day as always. And tomorrow I'm going to see you 9 a.m. Stay safe and have a green one. Thank you, team. See you tomorrow. Bye.
Traders, good morning and welcome to the 44 Trade Room. Welcome to a Thursday session. You got the fourth day of the week now, and we are looking really good after a great trading session yesterday. I'm ready to rock and roll today. Should be a great day today. I'm looking forward to trading with everybody. Thank you to Aggie for kicking us off this morning, and I'm ready and dialed in today. We got a lot of stuff to cover here in a short period of time. A lot of stocks up, a lot of stocks down. We've got the volatility that we need, and we should be good to go today on this beautiful, wonderful Thursday morning. And this is the 22nd of May, 2025. Hopefully everybody's doing great. And we are ready to roll today. Let's talk about these markets, get you prepared for the day. We'll start off with Asia in the overnight session where everything was red across the board. Nikkei was down 313, Hong Kong Hang Seng down 283, and the Shanghai and China down 7. Europe still in session, all three markets down. German DAX down 183, FTSE in the UK down 65.51, CAC 40 in Paris down 87. All six markets that we track globally are down. That puts pressure on the futures here in the US of A. Dow futures are down 74 points. S&P futures up 2, we'll call it flat, and the NASDAQ futures up 52, 51 and a quarter right now. So just a little bit higher this one. We'll see if that lasts. Oil's down 72 cents to 60.85, flirting with $60 again. And if you're in the gold patch today, well, down $1.30, which is not big, to 33.1220 per troy ounce. Silver's down 37 cents, over 1%. Copper's down, platinum's up, palladium is down. What's happening out there? Well, big news here in the States is that Trump's tax bill clears the House in a victory for the Republicans, advances to the Senate now. And that's a good thing there to get the taxes cleared up, dialed in for the Trump presidency. Sam Altman in the news, $6.4 billion bet on Joni Live has Zuckerberg-like qualities. That's a big, huge investment on this Joni Ivy deal. And it's an open AI play. We'll have to see what happens here. So, you know, that's going to be big, and there's going to be a lot of fighting here at the top, so to speak. Solar stocks plunging this morning. I've got a bunch of them up here, ENPH, SEDGE, FSLR, as the Republican tax bill is worse than thought of for the solar industry. They're quote-unquote disastrous for rooftop solar industry. So it's going to be interesting to see how that works this morning. Sunrun is down 35% today, and we'll just see what happens here today on this Thursday session, see if this thing continues. It's from 1066 down to 690, and that's on run. I'm watching that stock as well this morning. Okay, the other thing, that's about it right now. That's really all that you need to know today, is that we're going to be kind of flat to up on the NASDAQ, down on the Dow. We're going to be searching for direction here. Let's say good morning to everybody here, and let's get this day cranked up and ready to roll. Thank you yesterday for everybody, and that small cap stock that we absolutely tore up last night, which was great. Justin, good morning to you. Mark O, good morning. Darren, what do you say? Andy, good morning to you. Yep, Marco, thank you. Darren, thank you so much for posting. Yep, got most of them here. Andy, good morning. Yep. Brian, good morning to you. Steve, good morning. Jeff, good morning. Seth, good morning. Dan, good morning. Zahir, good morning to you. And good to see everybody here this morning. Let's talk some stocks this morning. FSLR, my very first candidate. I love this stock here this morning. FSLR short. I don't think it can avoid anything that's going on in this marketplace under 161 this morning. I'll be shorting this probably right out of the gate this morning on FSLR. We'll watch that. And then Advanced Auto Parts 43. That's going to be alongside here. AAP, right? AAP long at 43. There's that. Urban's fine. I do like Run this morning. I'll pull Run over here. You could take Sedge, the same thing, under 16. ENPH under 37. Let's put Run where Sedge is here, RUN. And I'll put Sedge here on my other monitor. I trade with a 4-monitor layout here. Give me plenty of room to watch all these. Let's say it gets over 7, so we'll take Run under 7, right? So RUN short under 7 this morning. Okay, we can keep going here. And the other long here this morning is this Lumen trade. I like it over 450. We could take it over 430, which is right where the VWAP is. It's kind of a low price stock here, LUMN. And I'm going to give to you the impetus behind this run here on Lumen, L-U-M-N. So just stick with me here. Let me get that off my chest, and then we should be good to go here. So Lumen news this morning as we get into the day today. Lumen, the telecommunications stock rallied 9% after AT&T agreed to acquire substantially all of Lumen's mass market fiber internet connectivity business. The $5.75 billion deal is set to close the first half of 2026. Okay, so I mean, it's not a buyout. They're taking over some of the business. So see if that stock pulls back, we could take it long. And then last but not least, Snow to the long side this morning, SNOW. Yep. And let's take a look at that daily on Snow here. Here you go. Here comes the daily. Great continuation. We get past a lot of the, hold on here. There you go. We're up to 192 on it right now. So we're up past this top here. I think that is the top. No, 194.40. That'll be the telltale sign. Now, again, we've passed 194.40 here in the pre-market. So anything over 194.40 could be taken long. So we'll wait and watch this market open up this morning. We should be good to go. We get started in less than 2 minutes. And we'll get DVG in here this morning, get him ready to rock and roll, and we should be off to the races this morning. Should be a great trading day today. I'm looking forward to trading with everybody, and hopefully we get these markets reeled in here with a great positive green day today on this Thursday.
Scott, good morning. Can you hear me?
Just fine. Good morning, DVG. How are you?
Good morning. Good morning. Well, good morning, 44 Trade Nation. Hopefully everybody is absolutely crushing it. These markets can be a little tricky. Perfect example was yesterday in the MSTR trade. I don't know how many of you guys were able to watch that in the afternoon. It did manage to hit my stop loss, but luckily we were able to take a couple trades in the afternoon and make some money. So happy to see that. Happy to be able to recover from something like that. That said, Scott, you nailed it. The big, beautiful tax bill looks like it's been passed. It's 1,100 pages, and believe it or not, I've been trying to do some light reading to really get a better understanding of what exactly it means. That said, names like FSLR and ENPH, basically in the solar space, are not going to reap the benefit from some of those tax credits. And what's a little concerning is I think Tesla may be exposed to some of that. So I'll be keeping an eye on Tesla today. Still have those put options on JPM and Goldman Sachs. Watching Nike this morning, obviously with the announcement of kind of joining at the hip with Amazon. Would be happy to kind of hold that more so for a swing trade. So getting in here, $60, $61 in and around that area, I don't really mind. It's going to be more of like a long position for me longer term. So cue the disclaimer, it's not financial advice. Do whatever you want. It's your money. We are here to learn and trade markets together. So markets open about a minute. Or actually, they're open right now. So
yeah, we just opened it. Let's have a great day today, traders. Be watching FSLR for the short this morning. Be my main candidate here. Snow looks good for a long. Maybe Nike.
Yeah, the thing with Nike is it's not, for me, it wouldn't even be a day trade type stock. It's literally just set it, forget it, and move on kind of thing, I don't mind owning Nike at $60. It's not a terrible price for the stock.
Yeah, ENPH, I would say under 38, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's basically
under 39.
$300 stock not too long ago.
What's that, ENPH?
Yeah.
I'm going to grab some here at 39.
Long or short?
Short the stock, short ENPH.
I originally posted $61 on Nike. I'm going to start nibbling here. It will be a dollar cost average in up to 61. So I don't mind buying it here. 60.33. Okay, there's that. And then if we continue to move higher, I'm more than happy to add.
I'm going to add to ENPH under 38. Really waiting on FSLR. FSLR I wish would pop this morning and then grab it higher here.
I'm a little concerned about some of the price action based on, like if we survive today, I think we take out all-time highs. If you think about it, we had the Moody's downgrade, not such great news. There's now fears in the bond market, but then we had this, big, beautiful tax bill pass. So now people are trying to decipher what exactly that all means, because it is 1,100 pages. There's a lot of information in there. Some of the parameters of how they're classifying households as well has changed a bit. So I'm just wondering if we end up surviving this today, we push higher. It's basically, let's hit all-time highs, and then who knows what happens after that. Watching Google here. I won't
target ENPH 37. Target ENPH 37.
Nice.
Man, I thought about FSLR when I came on this morning. I thought about FSLR on a short in the pre-market. Obviously, did not take it, and that would have been paying off big time here.
Yeah, I like Nike here. Yeah, like Google, I don't mind this thing going either direction today. So if we continue to reject the like we saw, we put in basically what looks like a double top from yesterday. And then if you look left, a little bit higher than that, we've gone up to like what, 170. I'm just hoping this isn't like a triple top-ish move here. FSLR is plummeting. Yeah, I don't mind the short trades now.
Come on, ENPH. Let's go. I'll add under 38 and target 37.
I'm going to short Google. Yep, 172. Let's see if we get under that number there. So 172.24. 172.24. Okay, we're in. Gook. Okay. First Solar, 155, huh? Market's pulling back a bit.
Come on, ENPH, go.
Big pullback in coin. All the way up to 271. Now we're at 266. So 5-point move in 2 minutes. Interesting.
Okay, here we go. Darn Fidelity again, just so slow to post.
Going to short Tesla here. 332. All right, there it is. We got in at 332.20. I don't mind shorting coin either. It's a pretty ugly pullback. Again, these are initial entries, and if we bounce, I'll happily go long here, but
one trade so far.
Obviously, for Solar at 157.64. That's where I'm looking for rejection to short it. Sorry, Scott, go ahead.
No, it's like I picked the wrong Solar one to short here. I shorted ENPH. Everything else tanked.
Wow, Tesla literally turning around. Same with Google. Right off the 200 EMA. So arguably, this is kind of what I don't want to say worried about, but I'm saying if we survive and bounce from here, this is a bullish market indeed. All right, guys, I'm going to go for it. FSLR. I'd like to see it at 157.60. It's kind of like where I want to see rejection. But I'm going to nibble here. 155. Let's see what I get here.
Come on, ENPH. Give me a big red candle here down.
Good.
Below the VWAP, sync now. Come on, adding at 38, going extra full share size here on ENPH if we get it.
Coin looking good for a short as well. I'm going to add to Google here short. Yes. And then let's nibble here on FSLR here in a minute. I'm looking at the options chain as well. You know what? I don't mind that. 150, the 155 put options that expire tomorrow, $3. That's a little expensive, but let's go for it. 336. Let's go.
Where did you get FSLR? Puts?
Yeah, puts. This is a one-way trip. If we bounce green at all, no thanks. Meanwhile, Tesla is trying to bounce. Yay.
Nike doing good.
Actually, I'm glad you pointed that out. I'm going to add more to Nike. So the idea for me is like this will be a swing trade, add some size, trim it up if we start moving in favor, and then go from there. FSLR, let's go. Let's go. Target will be right around 151. If we break that, then adios amigos. We should be looking at the 140s. Look at coin, though. Coin could be really interesting here. We're really going to bounce here, or we're going to dump here.
Again, take a look at coin this morning.
Looking like a double, triple top here. With Tesla, I don't want to short it just yet, but watch the Qs here. Qs are edging lower. 51492 is the level we need to get above for bulls to,
here we go. Come on, ENPH, dump. Take out that 3850.
Let's see. Oh, nice, Darren. Yeah, way better entry than I got. That's for sure.
Darren, that was my entry. That was going to be my entry pre-market. And then when it shot up to like that 162, I was thankful I didn't come in. Now you kick yourself in the pants for not taking the opportunity.
Nike over 61 should take off. Be awesome to hold that into like $90. There it is, $61 print. Let's see it now take off for Nike. Google now, I'll just hang on a little bit longer. Look at that, bounce off the 200 on coin. Boink. Telling you, if the Qs and the SPY can bounce off of this, guys.
Well, besides solar, I don't know what else I'm watching here. Nike, I have Urban, URBN, I have this Lumen trade possibly here picking up some share size, 425. It's only going to be good for 10 or 15 cents.
Services PMI is coming out as well.
Is that at 10?
Manufacturing PMI. No, it's coming on 5 minutes.
Okay, 8:45, 9:45.
And we have existing home sales today too, like 10 or something like that. Let me look. Existing home sales, yeah, 10 o'clock. Well, Google's getting stronger.
Any small caps out there that anybody is seeing? Had a terrific play yesterday. I'm going to be patient on UNPH. I really am trying. It's hard for me.
Might dump Google here. I'll wait just for this candle to close. It looks like it's moving against. Yeah, I think I'm done with the Google trade. take my little loss there. Tesla size is too small for me to carry right now on the move. We come back and break that level during my entry, then great. If not, we dump that. Big pop now in the Qs.
I would say Lumen here, maybe LUMN. What do y'all think on this way down here?
Wow. I'm watching this 270 level now in coin.
I'd rather get Lumen at $4 here. We got about 12 cents to sink if we're going to get it. Let me take a look at the daily on Lumen. This is just a speculative buyout.
Okay, we just had a bearish
in
engulf.
Business.
Bearish engulf on the Qs and the SPY. I think we're finding direction right now. So I'm happy to go back into Google. I don't know. I'm more leaning to the downside today. Obviously, Nike, I think, gets some good news with that Amazon collab. Snowflake had good earnings, so I'm tempted to short it up at this 200 area. We almost got there today.
When is that Nike? When is the Nike Amazon thing going to happen? When can you get shoes on Amazon?
I mean, I'm not sure on the actual date, but I don't think it would take very long.
Yeah.
To get integrated. And the other big thing too is it's focused around, keeping the lower cost shoes kind of where they're at, and then, if they're going to add something somewhere, it's some of the more expensive shoes. But it's like,
well, the other thing is they now have that authenticity deal, where, because one of the reasons Nike pulled out of there is the authenticity. There were companies out there, and Amazon was allowing them. Well, probably not knowingly, but they're out there selling fakes, and Nike was like, "No bueno, that's not going to happen here." And that's part of the reason why they pulled their stuff out there. So you might be right. The lower ended shoes for Nike may have a pass through there. We'll see. It'll be interesting. As a Nike head that I am.
Snowflake pulling back here. I do like, let's look at this here.
I'm sitting here, DVG, I'm waiting for 50 cents on a $38 stock, and I can't seem to get it. I mean, I'm like, come on. Really?
These opens have been brutal. Like I'm telling you, the last week and a half, 2 weeks. It's been awful.
I was just going to say the same darn thing. We get an initial move, and then we just kind of sit. We just kind of squat.
There goes Google. The upside. I think some of you guys are looking at that for a long position there. Congrats if you did.
Yeah, I'd love to see this Lumen flush out to about $4, $3.95, and I'll pick some up here.
I don't see the numbers yet on the
here we go. Come on.
Services Manufacturing Composite PMI.
3850.
Coin on the fence. I think I'm going to short it though. 266.48. I'll put it out there. Maybe it's good news. Let's see. I still don't see the numbers yet. Coin under 266.48. Look at Google though, taking off. Very nice. I guess they did like what they saw at the conference after all. There it goes. We're in coin. The downside. We break this 200 EMA, which is basically low obsession. I will add a big chunk to this coin trade. Snowflake pulling back nicely now too. Here it goes. Manufacturing PMI of 52.3 versus 51. Estimate 50.8. That's for global services PMI. Global composite PMI 52.1 versus 50.6. Not terrible. Global composites a little different. So we got stopped on Google. Fine. Tesla, I'm waiting for a break under the close. Then I'll add. Coin, I'll add if we break low of session, which is coming up. Nike, we're long, but that's more of a swing trade. We've got Goldman Sachs and JPM's options that expire tomorrow. So I don't mind holding on to those a bit. I wasn't really paying attention to it, but my target for like a big take off of the put options I have on JPM, for example, is like this 258 area, 259. And we hit it this morning. I just didn't get out. So it's too slow. Okay, we're going to add on coin here, guys. Let's nudge it off the cliff here. Good. Tesla, I'll nibble a couple extra here. It's technically, I don't like to do this against on a losing trade, but my position was so small to start with. I'm kind of dollar costing in the event that we do come down. My stop loss on it's going to be right around 338. I'm giving a little bit more wiggle room than I like, but we're going to see a move. It'll be on a day like today.
$41 ENPH be my stop. I was looking for 2 on the downside and add to go full share size, and now I've got now it's starting to take off to the upside here, so we'll wait and see. Take a look at it on the daily. Yep.
It is hard to deny too. Every dip, we're like training traders to buy the dip, buy the dip, buy the dip. So this is a dip. And the question is are people going to buy the dip? I wouldn't be surprised. Just broke. There we go. Target will be right around the close, so call it 260. Be a nice, nice winner. If we can pull that one off. Realistically, I'll probably take some off at 262.5 because we know that's a level. If we can get there, hopefully we don't start to bounce. Tesla looking like it's getting some strength. FSLR could give us another opportunity to add. Yeah, Jay, exactly. The 335 area, Tesla. Yeah, I saw 337 was the big, kind of a recent level that I've seen a lot of interest in. I'm just more concerned, like, does this tax genuinely additional detriment. And the trouble is like I haven't read all 1,100 pages. I think I got maybe 160 pages in. Like, whoa, still a lot to go. Okay, it looks like markets are trying to bounce here.
I mean, lower volume on Lumen and just sitting here at 407. I mean, I'm tempted to go big share size here and try to get a reversal to it, but I don't know. I think maybe we see a little bit lower.
Maybe I'll go long Amazon here. I should have moved here. What's NVIDIA doing? Okay. 133 NVIDIA. Let's see. Worth noting, they do report next week.
Yep.
Amazon, let's go for it.
28th.
Go long here, Amazon.
Nike's still looking good. NVTS. Take a look at NVTS on Sedge. Yeah, looks great.
Okay, I'm gonna get out of Tesla. No ad, no nothing. Just a small losing trade. It's fine. Look at Google though. Beautiful move. Beautiful move.
I'll put that NVTS up here. It looks really good over 5. If it goes, I'll post it here. I'll take the trade set if we get it. NVTS long over 5. It's got decent volume still, and it's coming back down to reality. We'll see if that lasts or what happens here.
Here we go. Coin. I'm gonna add big position here. FSLR. I'm gonna add to my put options here. If we're gonna break, it's gonna happen now. I'm actually looking at Snowflake now as well. 195.50 could be interesting level, like if we bounce here or break down.
Market snuck up. Market's up 90 points right now.
Snowflake's at 50-50. Do we buy it or sell it? Let's see. Good report. Really good report. But are people going to take profit when it moves up $20? I think so. Maybe get down to like 192 before bouncing into the 200s.
Super slow tape right now.
Big time. Coin, baby.
FSLR starting to come back just a little bit, setting up for a short. I don't know. I think Lumen. I think the bud is off the the bud is off the rose here on Lumen, LUMN. Not going to take the trade. I would think that you could take it long here 410 and be safe, but what are you looking for? 10 cents. You're gonna have to make a 10,000 share play. CRWV. Take a look here. 108. What are you thinking? Yeah, 108.40. Yeah. Comes back up and bounces. Still waiting on ENPH. Added to the trade. I'm just waiting for it to come back to reality here. Now we get under 39.50. I'll probably add the full share size on the way down here. Got to get past that VWAP line though. Come on. Yeah, it's just, it's got good volume in it, just not willing to crumble like the rest of them. There's the Lumen trade. Again, kicking myself in the butt. If you don't press the button, you're never going to be in, right? Never going to be in. And sometimes I kick myself for being a little bit too cautious in the trades, but if you don't risk something, you'll never find out what happens here. So we'll see. ENPH coming down. Come on, break that 39.50 now. And then the VWAP right there we go. And the VWAP right below it. I'm not asking for much. No, come on. NVTS, I think probably done. Yeah, QBTS, very nice move off that 16 mark for you. I'll be patient here. I'll wait for it. Money's tied up in it, might as well, right? I don't see anything else I'd love to, yeah, let it grow, baby. Watch that 17 now. You get a full point out of it. Yeah, SYTA looks great. I didn't catch that when you posted it. Sorry about that. Come on, sync, baby. Take out the 39.50 I'll add to you, and the rest will be history. So even if we took Lumen at 407, you would have got 7 cents. If you had 5,000 shares, you would have made what, $350, $400. That's it. So it's not worth the risk, right? Good for you. QBTS now over 17. Let it grow. AAP doing nothing here. I'm going to take this off. Put FSLR here. I mean, sneakily, the Nasdaq's up 166 points, right? Yeah, we're just not moving.
Literally stepped away. Came back. The only thing improving is Amazon. You know, it's just waffling.
Yep.
FSLR finally getting a move. So I'm actually going to add to this position in the event that we break session lows. Then we'll be big time in the money. I do think people are going to get some clarity on what this tax bill is. Obviously, it sounds like it's a great thing, etc. So names like Coin, I may dump it here. We'll see. But I'm looking at basically it benefits most folks. But I'm worried about what's the fine print. Existing home sales, 4 million versus 4.15 million. Not as many homes are being sold, which should help my position on FSLR. Hey, Scott, look at your CRWV stock.
Yeah. Let me take a look at it.
Didn't you own that or buying that at like $50?
Yeah. I think it had the breakout of $50. Now 110. Beautiful. Without me, right?
Yeah, I think didn't you buy it? I think it was like $54, wasn't
it? Somewhere in there. Yeah. Let me go back a few days here. Take a look at this sucker. Go back a month. Yeah. Break of 50. Yeah, like 54, 52. It was on the 12th. 10 days ago. Look at that. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, it is. So I've got a pretty decent sized position on Coin and FSLR right now. FSLR, though, is just an options coin, we've been adding. So if Coin bounces, I'll take the L on that, but I don't know, it's still looking all right. Some indecision there. I'm watching Snowflake as well. Amazon is up at 203 and change. Not a huge trade, so I'm not excited to get, 70 cents. But yeah, I don't know. Super slow these days. IONQ, guys. Let's pull that up. IONQ. That whole space. Whoa, look at that big boom. IONQ. Whoa, big move. Yeah, that whole sector must be crushing it right now. This quantum chip, so that's QBTS, IONQ.
Yeah, SYTA, unbelievable move. Yeah, I'm not going to push it here. IONQ, wow.
Yeah, big pop. Wouldn't be surprised if that thing gets halted.
Didn't even have it on the radar today.
Yeah, this whole space got some love the last few days, but make no mistake, look at the sell-off last time. We're up at 36.50. It sounds like there's an interview happening with the CFO of IONQ. He makes a comment, I think it will be the NVIDIA player in this space. Pretty bold statement.
Yeah.
And here I was talking about Amazon and not being too excited over 70 cents. Now I'm like almost back to break even on the trade. Oh well. Definitely feels like you have to have a little more patience in these open, like for the last week and a half, 2 weeks. If you literally just put your entry into where your stop loss would be, more than likely you're gonna get filled.
Mm-hmm.
You just kind of have to be patient and walk away. Like going back to see Amazon up on the trade, I'm like, hey, that's cool. You know, like
Right.
let's see, what else are we looking at here?
Yeah, there goes that Lumen trade now down to 4.
I do like that Snowflake respected the 192 print at the open. Now it respected the 194, so it's looking like it wants to push higher. But meanwhile, the Qs and the SPY want to roll over a little bit here.
Well, since I'm net short, I'll take that. Let's go.
Yeah, I want if coin can break 260, I'm going to make a ton of dough. And if
Wow.
FSLR can break the session low, my target's right around that 152 area. That would be a nice trade for me as well. That's all options though in FSLR. Advanced Auto Parts doing well today.
I had that up earlier, then I took it off. Just not a big enough mover for me.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna give. Here's an example. I'm gonna put up a short at 342.50 on Tesla. And if it gets filled, great. If it doesn't, fine. Mark, yeah, we have a few IPOs today. Do you know the tickers?
Let's get them posted here on the IPO front. Hold on. We have today, let's see, 22. You got HNGE, MNTN. Yeah, HNGE. Let me post these here in the room.
SYTA, big move. Not my style of stock, to be honest. But that's all right. Ooh, HNGE.
HNGE looks like a big time IPO.
$32 a share. So it's set to open.
Is it out yet or no?
No.
Let's watch it.
Hinge Health prices initial public offering 13.7 million shares at $32 a share.
Good for them.
Yeah. MNTN. Let's see if we'll find here. IPO shares at 16 a share. You know which IPO I'm waiting for in the defense space is Anduril. If they ever IPO, you can count on me buying a bunch of that. That'll be just sitting in my portfolio though. It's kind of like what I did with Palantir. Like I bought it, set it. I thought I'd never get that money back when it was like waffling around like $9 or something like that. Because I own it at like 18. But it's worked out. I'm going to probably trim this coin trade. I just don't like that it's dancing in this area. So I'll probably just trim it. I can always add to it later if we do get the move. I just don't like holding this much exposure when we could easily just shoot higher. So I'll probably trim here in a moment. Yeah, I'm surprised that NVIDIA's not getting more price action today, knowing that earnings are coming next week. And we saw a huge push to 137 yesterday, and it completely sold back down to 131. So I'm wondering if we're about to get that same push. So I'm tempted, very tempted. In fact, I think I will. Let's look at the call options on this thing for tomorrow are pretty cheap. So let's see. Yeah, they're like $1.20 for the 134s. Let's see. Qs are getting heavy though. We're rolling over a little bit. Maybe wants to test the VWAP. I'll wait on the NVIDIA entry, but I'm looking at the options chain on it. It's pretty cheap.
I think I'll wait for the IPOs now. I don't have much, unless this SYTA pulls back down. Could start to take some SYTA long. Looks good. Let me put it up here. There we go. I think around 650. Could take some.
Qs are slowly fading. Slowly fading. There's the move. Let's see if that holds. Yay! JPM is down at 259. I'm gonna take some off here in a moment. I want to see a low 259s, high 258s before I took some off, but I don't know. I think it's good. Our entry, we're 265, so we're in the money now. 5 points. Anybody in the snow trade at all?
What do we think? SYTA over 7 or no?
You asking me?
Nah, just the team, just everybody.
Yeah.
I'm tempted.
I think I don't know for sure, but I think Seth might be in that.
So you look at a stock like Lumen, right? Gaps up yesterday at the close with the announcement to $4.75. It's now printing $3.91 with the news that it's going to be it's going to be selling off a majority of what it has, or a lot of what it has. Amazing. Yeah, it does have a lot of hype. You're right.
Interesting. Saks Fifth Avenue brand name you'll be able to buy at Costco. Huh. Who knew?
MSTR.
Databricks IPO will be fun. Not sure when that'll take place. Yeah, I agree. I actually thought for a long time someone was going to buy Databricks, like just before it ever went public. But it kind of took the world by storm. So, all right, let's see what this candle ends up at on JPM. You know, wherever this candle ends up, like if we, end up in the 258 print, great. We'll wait a little longer, but this could be the push to the downside I've been waiting for. Been holding these literally all week. I think it traded on Monday and then took a partial when we saw a big dip down to 261 or whatever out of nowhere. Same thing with Goldman Sachs. Took some off and then the very next, end of the day, added some more and then just been kind of managing the trade.
I'm having a hard time pushing the button today, I guess. That's why TA running without me now. Got stuck in the ENPH trade, 39. Be nice to see this thing run lower, but
All right, we're going for NVIDIA call options, 134 strike right now. $1.23, $1.25. All right, let's just market them. $1.25, I think. There we go. All right, we're in. Long bias on Amazon and NVIDIA. We trimmed up on coin after we just bounced out to 200. Took a little partial on these JPM put options. Yay. Snowflake. It's kind of 200 plus or bust, I think, for this stock today. gets above 200, it's got a shot at like 220 in the coming weeks. If it doesn't get over 200 today, it'll be a wonderful short opportunity. I typically short that stock, but good earnings. Hard to short that.
Get the whip out, ENPH. Set me free. To the downside we go.
Bit of a snooze today, the opening.
Yeah. No income coming in, just everything going out at this time. Market was up 165 on the NASDAQ. Now it's up 92.
I'll dump coin here in a minute. Yeah, things look like they're trying to turn up here a little bit.
Here we go, ENPH. Come on. Now, I'm not going to make nearly what I thought I was going to make, but I'm happy to come out of this.
That's like me on FSLR right now.
Right. And then you got to set yourself, a green day is a green day, right? So.
Yeah.
Okay.
I even look at Nike. I mean, that's a set it and forget it trade anyway, but yeah, that's just staying down in this area. That's fine. It's challenging though, Scott, because it feels like the afternoon sessions are becoming the morning sessions now. Like they're flip-flopping a little bit.
Right.
And then it forces you to stare at screens all day. But what I've found is like win or lose here in the morning session, come back in the afternoon session like I did yesterday. Took one trade and it was enough to cover, I shorted literally right at the close or near the close. And it worked out.
All right, I'm going to come out of this ENPH right at the VWAP line here. Come on, a little bit more.
The SPY looks like it's just in trouble.
Yeah, I guess what I'm going to do is I'm going to wait for the IPOs now and try to do some damage there on them. Get
go heavy
going.
action.
Yeah, it could, just depending. I only play them one way, and that's to the upside. That's after the breakout first few candles. So we'll see. We shall see.
Mark's tracking QBTS, new all-time high. Yeah, I said specific for like Amazon. I mean, it's I agree. Same with Nvidia. They're great setups right now for a move to the upside. So I'm gonna get out of coin here, but for me, it's like, okay, where do I add? How much do I add? And now it's just being a little more patient. The trouble is, like, you look at the Qs and the SPY, they're kind of, Qs are divergent a little bit from the SPY today, where it's, stronger than the SPY. So which one pulls the other in that direction? Right? SPY's got 500 names in it. Qs has about 100. But 50% of that is is like 10 names, right? The weight of the Qs. Looking at broader markets, flat to red majority of the place. Names like Google, Microsoft, Meta, Nvidia, Tesla, Amazon up slightly. Otherwise, it's used red to flat. Majority
Well,
of the market.
SYTA. Well, you saw it right here. That is what you get for not pushing the button, right? Not taking the risk, not taking the opportunity.
Let's see, SYTA. I think it's Seth's in that one, right? Or did you go in there?
It's had it right at 7.
Mark's bailing.
Good for you.
Well, nice job, y'all. I mean, that's
what you get for pushing the button. Congratulations.
Yeah.
I couldn't seem to do that.
It's not my style stock. Doesn't mean it's not tradable, right? So glad to see Mark, you're able to take advantage of the move. Good job. Let's see. Alibaba down pretty big today. Let's see what PDD. They reported this week, if I'm not mistaken. They report this week or last week?
PDD. Who's that? PDD. I thought last week.
Let me look. I got him when Scott called it out. Nice, Mark. Cool. Well, that's just it right there. Like, it's great to see. Scott and I look at different stocks. Sometimes we look at the same stocks. Our community looks at different stocks. Sometimes the same stocks. But look, there's plenty of stocks to trade in these markets. The question becomes when, where, why. It's your money, obviously. Cue the disclaimer, but it's the joy of having a community, right? Eyes and ears kind of in more places. I would have never seen SYTA personally, but that's okay. I'm glad to see our community we're able to take advantage of it. I do like that move on IonQ. I got notified as soon as we took off on that. I've got a screener out there that anything over 3%, I get notified, and yeah, that one didn't take long. But I was messing around with names like Coin and FSLR this morning that I didn't pay attention to IonQ. So it is what it is.
Okay, I'm covering off here at ENPH at 38.78. I'm done with the trade. Snuck out a little bit there, about 50 cents on the trade after I had added on the way up. Now, Now I wait, right?
Worth noting, I won't be here tomorrow. Be heading out for the long weekend. Scott, do you have any plans this weekend, by the way?
No, I'm going to be around this weekend, actually. I mean, I've got a lot of plans, right? We're going to be boating, no golf. Got the family
Nice.
coming over for fish tacos. Got a buddy in town from college starting tonight. So, but for me, trading day tomorrow will be normal and be back at it on Tuesday. You're going to be back here on Tuesday for the, go green, baby. You're going to be back here Tuesday for the Open, or?
Yeah, I'll be here. I'll be here Tuesday.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I think we land. I think Monday night at like midnight or something like that.
So I think Amir may be here tomorrow with myself. If not, it'll be just myself. But that's okay. That's enough here. I'll get this thing cranked up and ready to go. Look at EMPH now.
Hold up here.
I'm always right? I'm always right. But it's
hey, you know what? When you
time.
do short stocks,
yeah,
you do pretty well. So I'm in the FSLR trade with options. I'm pretty loaded on them. So hopefully we're gonna get the break. They're at the 155 strikes.
Darren, I mean, DVG will read it too, but that's just music to our ears. I'm so happy for you. Obviously spread the word, but again, my thought is here, private community, great traders. Let's make some money every day. Those that want to join and be part of, a great trading community where you can go 9 weeks and have one red week. That's ridiculous. So congratulations. Just keep up the momentum. That track record and that style right there is just absolutely awesome. And hopefully you're reaping the benefits. And that those of you that are out there on YouTube land or that follow us in any other social media way, come on into the room. You get a 7-day free trial. You can come join us at any point in time and make the decision yourself. See if you want to take part in the greatest trading room on the planet. And I only say great because, we're not here to really educate. One of the things that we wanted to do when we stepped away from TradeNet and stepped into 44 Trading is that, I wanted to make it a step above. I wanted to make it so we're not sitting here taking, and no offense to people that are starting, but taking the people that are just starting that don't know what, a market order is or a limit order or something that, how to press the button. We want to take it to the next level. We want to just enjoy the room and have everybody learn from everybody else posting your trades. We're going to have another guest. I think next week is when I'll have Clifton, right on your calendar. Remind me on Monday to give you some guest speaker information here. I'm going to have one of the traders come in and talk about their journey, and I'll get that done next week. Good guy. So I think you'll like that. Now, I think I'm just going to wait for the IPO. Why not? IPOs. Typically before DVG, wouldn't you say typically before 11:30-ish?
For IPOs, the window's usually like 11 to 1 is where we see the most of the IPOs will come out.
So let's keep an eye on that. I'll set up one level 2 here to, which one will I take? HNGE. I see something just loaded there, 3436, 34 bid 36 ask. And then what was the other one? MNTN. Okay, nothing loaded up on MNTN, which doesn't mean much right now, but I'll put HNGE here. We'll watch that. Okay, so give a shout if it comes out. Look at IONQ.
Yes. Absolute monster move. QBTS as well.
Yep.
That's a pretty gross candle there. Uh-oh. NVIDIA looking like it's about to sell off here. And I am long this position at the moment. I'll wait to the 200 EMA. We're there now. See what it does. Okay, I'm going to add to these call options on the NVIDIA trade here in just a moment here. If we get over 133.06, that looks like we are there right now. 133.06. I'm watching the price action. If you're wondering why 133.06, why not 133.01 or 2? I'm looking at the order block showing up at that print. So I need to see it go like literally tick over 133.07, and we should take off. If we will, then I will add more call options into tomorrow at the 134 strike.
Look at that. Look at on my screen the LUMN trade, LUMN stock. $3.82 back to. I mean, this is where you'd pick it up right here.
Yeah. Actually, you know what? Because I don't normally trade stocks like that, I appreciate you pulling that one out. I might nibble here. you could buy like a ton of shares down here. No, I won't do it. That move.
Let's just say, let's just trade it. Let's just say that we buy it at 382 and see what happens right here. I would go 10,000 at 382. Okay, so let's just see what we do.
So is it like a paper trade?
Yeah, paper trade.
Right, paper trade.
382. So I'd be in right now. 10,000.
Well, now that you're saying it, I mean, I'm tempted to just take it.
Go ahead and do it. Go ahead and do it. One of us will do it.
All right, hold on. Let me see. I don't even know if. Let me see. LUMN. That's how we get in trouble. Having friends that are like, if you do it, I'll do it, or if you get one, I'll get one. Let's see here. I got it filled at 381.99 on LUMN. I didn't go for 10. 300 shares just for giggles.
Could be the call of the day. So 10,000 shares to 390, that would be $800, right? The other trade would be QBTS over 18. You bought 10 shares, Mark, or 10,000?
Mark, you hit it for 10. Oh, yeah. He bought 10 shares, not 10,000.
Look at SYTA. Give me a knife to cut my eyeballs out, really.
A lot of these, man, these are some big moves right now. QBTS, IonQ. Man, this space is really getting some love here.
QBTS just broke out 18.
Huge. Quantum.
I actually invented that word, actually.
Mark, I respect my money more than that. Yeah. I mean, look, for the record, as you guys know, a $3 stock I won't typically trade. $7 stock I won't typically trade. But you know what? For excuse me, for this move, you know, holding it for, I don't know, a month. I literally could care. I wouldn't even worry about it.
You know, you were saying something yesterday I wanted to comment on, and just for the traders out there, you know, like DVG just said, hey, I want to hold it for a month. You've got to have, and I think you spoke about this yesterday, DVG, you've got to have separate accounts, right? Because you can't, you know, either it's an investment long-term account or a swing account or whatever, but you need to have, and this is my opinion, right? You need to have the trading account, right? You need to have your day-to-day, and then you can have, you can't put all the skeleton, what I'm saying is you can't put skeletons in the long account, right? You got to make sense there. You got to say, okay, well, you know, you can't say, well, this stock didn't turn out too well, I'm just going to slide it over to the long-term account. You know, you got to be able to say, okay, I'm going to make, like DVG says, I'm going to make this investment in this stock, such as maybe LUMN, and just put it away.
That's exactly what just happened. So like if you know, if I wanted to trade that, I'd go buy, you know, 10, 20,000 shares at this price, right? But because we were talking about it, I'm like, oh, all right, well, you know, I'll take a chance on it. Say $1,000, right? And I do have basically 3 separate, you know, how at least I do it. You've got your day-to-day day trading account. That's one bucket. I've got my options, which has now become like my options / swing trade type bucket or account. And then, you know, my portfolio, which, let's face it, I don't typically mess with that one. You know, I just kind of buy, hold, leave it alone, like many folks do. But you know, occasionally I'll add, like, for example, I sold some, like a portion of my portfolio not too long ago, and then just added more to it. So, you know, took some profit on a few, you know, positions. But there are certain ones that, like Palantir, for example, like I'll probably never sell that just because I own it at like $18 and it's now like whatever, $100 and something. And I did take some off of that at one point. I think when it was up at like $92, something like that, when it first got there, and it took some off. But when in that portfolio, it just moves to something else. So it goes from like, maybe I got out of Palantir to move to cash, and then I take that to cash and deploy it into something else because maybe I don't have enough, whatever, Nike in this case, right? Like I bought Nike today in the portfolio. It's just there now where, you know, can it go to 57? Sure. Maybe it's another opportunity to buy more. So, and it's more so for me to just buy into companies that, you know, I think have staying power and hold them. I mean, it's just a mental difference where it's just buy, hold, leave it alone versus trading. Like we're chasing points. At least I am anyway. Is like, hey, how do I get 1 point, 2 point, 3 point, 6 point, 10 points in a day? And I don't care what stock it is. If I can get it out of NVIDIA, great. If I can get it out of Tesla, great. If I can get it out of FSLR, great. But how I do is like, maybe we'll make a shirt that says chasing points, because that's basically that's what I do. At least when I chalk up my day, I look at how many points I made in that day, which stocks helped get those points, winners or losers. And that's a new metric that I track to go, okay, well, hey, I took 9 points out of the market today. Well, if I know my average share size is 100 shares, let's just say, which it's not, but let's just say it was, that's $900. So it makes it easy to kind of figure out the math. You know what I mean? So that's at least how I'm trying to find ways to measure my performance, because at the end of the day, you can't manage what you don't measure, right? So that's part of this business. If you treat it like a business, you know, like, let's face it, this is a way to generate income. And if you don't treat it as such, and you just treat it as a casino, obviously some days you win, some days you lose. The difference is what I've said, Scott, and we talk about quite a bit. You can't control how much you make in the markets, but you can control how much you lose. So the more disciplined that you become, the more you understand your psychology and how you trade, and when you get a little too emotional or not, or whatever, like, play to the strengths you have, identify the weaknesses you have, either grow those weaknesses or understand that they're there and make sure you don't put yourself in that bad position, because this is just as much a psychology business as it is a money business, right? Because there's oftentimes you might have a red day. How many of you guys have been in a position where you have a red day and yet the rest of your day you're like sour, you're just angry or upset, or people say hi to you and you're like, I don't want to talk to you. If that's the case, your share size is probably too big, right? So there's certain things that you could set, like, just start to break down in this business. And like, for me, I've chased points, and more importantly, I don't give them away. So anyway, I digress. Sorry about that, Scott. I'll get off my soapbox.
That's good. It's good information.
Hey, here's the good news. We're up to 390, guys. Boom on LUMN.
I'm not gonna say anything. I'm not gonna say anything.
Thanks, Scott. Thanks for the trade, man.
Just not gonna say anything. Again, so you've seen it here, what, 3 or 4 times today, how many trades I've missed just by not pushing the button.
It's not too late.
Yeah, it's true.
The water's warm.
Then I would be kicking myself if I didn't get in at 382.
Nah.
But then when it reaches $4, who cares?
I mean, I only took 300, so. And it's in portfolio. So at this point, set it and forget it. All right, Amazon moving against now. NVIDIA's moving against now. NVIDIA, I don't mind holding. And Amazon, I won't give it too much more wiggle room here.
I've also had good fortune with MSTU. I'm going to wait for that stock to break $9. Maybe not today, but maybe this next week or so.
Mark, you got your 10 shares on it still? You're not trading that, are you? Or are you just holding it? Maybe. Okay. I think Ali was talking to me, but he called me dog, I guess. DOG. Thanks, Ali. What do you think of shorting coin here? Yeah. I mean, I was short coin and then trimmed, and then today. No, I didn't get stopped. How did I not get stopped out there? $269.06. We didn't get there. Oh. Where the hell is my position then?
Let's start talking about these this IPO. What time is it right now? Coming up on 11. Okay.
Yeah. Which
So
I'm gonna take off at 11, but
okay. You just miss all the money we're going to make on these IPOs.
No, you know what? I'll leave it up on my. I'll leave you guys up here. I have a phone call at 11, so.
Says here HNGE Hinge Health, low price 32, high price 32. So it's going to be in the 30s. So again, the way that we trade them, no, shouldn't say that. The way that I trade them is I'll wait for the first, the second 5-minute candle. So I trade them in this, I don't do this often, but I trade them in 1-minute candles. So it'll come out, we'll see the first 1 minute, second, third, fourth, And if it goes over the 5th, I'm looking at 2, just I'm looking at the HNGE and then MNTN, the 2 scheduled for today. So if any of those come out, just let me know, Justin. Okay, so, and that to me is where we're going to be. We're going to be looking at coming in. It'll be first 1, 2, 3, 4, and if the 5th candle or the 6th candle or 6 through 10 candle go over the 1 through 4 or 5 candle, I take that long. It's like a breakout of the first candle. Okay.
Markets are moving. Markets are moving. Strong push here to the upside. Amazon still in this trade. In fact, I'm going to add to it, and I'm going to add more to NVIDIA. Maybe this is the breakout we're waiting for. You know, we've been kind of stalling and limping around. And just for you, Scott, I'm going to add another 200 to LUMN.
See, I knew it.
Sorry. Do you want me to send you the screenshot of the fill at 381.99?
No.
I wonder, is there a way I could just transfer these shares to you?
10,000 shares, maybe. That's 10 pennies right there. That's 1,000, right? $1,000.
I should have taken the 10,000.
Yeah.
Instead,
What a loser, this guy. He didn't even take a 10,000 share position. Terrible.
I feel like it.
well, I'm saying for me, I only got 300.
I know. What happened to you? You got small on me there.
No, well, yeah, because I mean, this is not. I mean, I don't normally trade a stock like that, but now it's in my portfolio. So I've got 500
Lord.
shares of this.
All right. So when it goes up to 20,
right,
then we'll have a conversation.
All right.
Just remind me. It'll probably be this year sometime.
Okay, that's a deal. If it does, we need a new fishing rod, a reel. Like, what are we putting on?
I was by the way, traders, I was 3 for 3 last night when I got home off the dock.
Nice.
3 for 3 speckled trout. Didn't keep any of them. I'm telling you, like it was the very first cast. What time did I get home last night? I got home at 10:30. We went for dinner. Incredible sushi last night too, by the way. And my favorite beer they were out of, which is incredible, right? Sapporo. The Japanese beer Sapporo.
I didn't know that's your favorite beer.
Yep. I buy it and I'll tell you that I don't know why it makes me feel better, but I do like it. They have it on tap, but they were out yesterday, so I had Asahi. But the favorite is I go out to the Total Wine here and I get the Sapporo cans, you know, the silver big ones, and then I pour them in a cold glass, and I just think that to me that's utopia. I just love it.
Nice.
But anyway,
we call that a frosty here in the house.
Frosty.
So we'll freeze the mugs
in
the freezer, and then pull a Sapporo out, pour it in the mug, and now you've got an ice cold mug with ice cold beer.
Oh, that's great. So yesterday when I got home about 10:30 or so, my very first cast, just about 2 pulls, and then boom. I jerked the fish right out of the water because I don't know if I was so pumped or a little bit buzzed or whatever, but man, when I set the hook, the thing came out of the water. I was like,
almost pulled the hook out of its mouth.
Exactly. But I've been noticing I can't if I just let them bite, you know, like I've got 5 rods out on the deck, so each rod's got a different, you know, lure, what have you.
Right.
So if one's not working, I'll grab the other. If the other, you know, I'll just keep trading around. But this one here is just like a, what do you call it? Like a spoon, you know, with a treble hook on the end. So sometimes they'll bite the bite the flash. It's gold in color, so they'll see the flash and they'll bite the actual hook, or not the hook. They'll bite the lure,
The spoon, yeah.
the spoon part, and they won't bite the treble hook. So I'm like, enough of this. So as soon as something, like if I'm pulling it in and something even bites, I jerk it like crazy because I'm thinking, the treble hook will pull and
Right.
at least snag the fish or something.
Grab a fin or something on the
Something.
process. Yeah.
Yeah, it's all about, at that point in time, it's all about points. It's like, okay, how many can I get tonight? But I was 3 for 3 yesterday. That's a good,
Nice.
yeah. Yes, Mark. Yep, they go for the head lure.
Hey guys, we held on for dear life on this Amazon trade and NVIDIA. We're getting paid now. Let's go. Still have a FSLR, and then of course LUMN. Shout out to Scott for that one.
Why are you laughing? I don't understand.
Oh man,
I'm going to bring you over to the dark side. Now, if it gets to $4, hold on, yeah, if it gets to $4, you're not going to laugh anymore, are you? I mean, that's a big time move. That's what, 18 cents on a $3 stock. Come on.
Yeah.
I know I had to walk you over to the other side just to get into a $3 stock. I understand. It's not my cup of tea either, right? But
Yeah.
you can't ignore a stock that closes the entire gap down to yesterday's close.
Yep.
There's going to be buyers waiting right there.
After a huge move like that.
Yeah.
For a $3 stock, that is, right? But that's case in point. You did bring me to the dark side, because that's not. I mean, heck, QBTS. I'm reluctant to get in here. I was reluctant to get in at 17. I was reluctant to get in at 18, just because in the spirit of what I said about like chasing points, it's harder. It's harder to get a point out of a $18 stock than it is to get a point out of something that's like $118. I get it. It's more expensive, right? But for me, I measure those points based on share size, because my average lot size will be a certain amount. And like, for example, PDD, I mentioned $118. I'm watching PDD. I like PDD at 116 and didn't take the trade, unfortunately.
Right.
But now that it's up at 118, I won't touch it because it's already gone 3 points from bottom to top. So if anything, I may be looking for a pullback down to like 116 and a half or so, and then maybe get into that trade. But ultimately, like, especially like LUMN, it was more so because we were talking about it, and I was like, hey, that'd be kind of cool. You hit it for 10,000 shares and it moves 20 cents. That's a decent chunk of change. However, I think for the sake of our discussion, it was like, yeah, you know what? I'll hold on to that. It'll be a. You got me on this lure now.
Yep.
Let's see.
Still nothing on HNGE. Justin, beautiful. Justin, Clifton is going to send you a message request too. Yep.
I've been looking at it for a while. Energy. So I'm actually gonna look at that now.
Look at IONQ.
It blasting off again.
Yeah, touching 41.
Anybody take that in the room? Anybody?
Jeez, I wish I had known about it.
Yeah, I think my alert went off right around like 35 and a half or so. And I'm like, oh man, what a big move. And then look where it is now.
You need to send us a message.
Yay! We're making money on Amazon and Nvidia. Let's go. IonQ. Wow. Just smoking now. Look at it go. 22.5%. Oof. Right on, Justin. You know, actually, so Justin, walk me through what's your entry on QBTS? Yeah. Also, Scott, in that space for this quantum computing stuff, IonQ is always the one I like. There's also OKTA, I think it is.
Yeah, OKTA. Yeah, I've traded that a bunch.
Yeah. So I like Okta and I like wait, what was
Okta's got nothing today.
yeah. No, so Justin, if you can, maybe walk me through entry 1590. Oh, in options. Really? What's your expiration on? Interesting. Why not just buy the stock? Curious. You might be paying a lot of premium on those. I don't know. It depends.
Yeah, but if you're an options trader, you're not buying stock, right?
1590 long call. Okay. I suppose. I mean, if you're making money, cool. There's a lot of premium in those. Good luck on the trade. I only was saying spirit of being profitable. Rule number 1, I'll say. Cue the disclaimer. Google Earth. Back there it is. Well. It's right at the 200 right now. On Google. I'll keep an eye on these IPOs, and then maybe pop in later in the afternoon. I'm gonna probably take a look at markets around 2 o'clock or so. But You sticking around for a while here, or
Yeah, I'm gonna wait till the bottom of the hour and see if we get this IPO out.
right on? Well, I hate to leave you on the long weekend. I know you'll be riding solo. It sounds like tomorrow, so appreciate you holding it down.
Yep.
To our community, let's flex and show our strength, right? Help out Scott find some opportunities. Not that he needs it, but you know, it's always interesting when you're riding solo, man. You got to look at the screens, look at the charts, look at the chat. So appreciate you doing that.
No problem.
And love this community, really do. I hope everybody has a great weekend. Be safe, Scott. The MSTR trade technically worked out yesterday.
Yeah, it did.
Unfortunately, I got stopped out, as we talked about, so it was a little bit devastating. But I'll still plan on coming out to Tampa if you have me.
Yeah, absolutely.
But listen, I hope
I
everybody
saw
has
that
a great
yesterday,
weekend.
and I when I texted you, I knew that I didn't know. I figured you'd gotten stopped out because it just went higher. But then, boy, the cliff dive.
I know.
And I was like, man, if he held anything, man, it was went down to
That
below
would've been-
400. You
yeah.
were looking at 409, and
Yeah.
and it got down to 400. So I was like, man, he's either out or he's just counting his money right now.
Yeah, unfortunately, it didn't work out, but that's okay. You know, I made some money right towards the close. But anyway, we should definitely plan a Florida trip. Looking forward to seeing you there. Hope everyone has a good weekend. I'll see everybody Tuesday.
Yep.
And yeah, wish me luck. This trip
we'll
is
be
going to
here.
be an interesting one.
When do you leave? You're going to Canada?
Yeah, I'm going up to Canada. I'm actually looking forward to this trip, but I'll send you a picture of the reason we're going. But it should be fun. It should be fun. Guys, by the way, FSLR finally getting paid. Let's go. Let's go. Anyway, we'll see you guys Tuesday. Have a great weekend. Thanks, Scott.
See you.
Cheers. God bless.
Enjoy. God bless you. Still nothing. HNGE. Wow. IONQ. Now 41. Doesn't stop. And I think on the daily, it's got a hell of a lot of room to go too, up to 52. FSLR finally broke. Wow. Could take ENPH under 38. Google again. right here, 175. You got to watch that VWAP right in front of it, Vincent. Check the other IPO too, see if any action there. MNTN. Again, just keep an eye out for both of these here. MNTN now starting to stack up 18 bid, 20 ask. Let's see what it says here. It says $16. So if it doesn't come out by 11:30, I'll take a break and then come back as soon as it comes on here. Yeah, I have them both up here. So the like I said, Jay, before, it's a fairly simple strategy. I'll turn it to the 1 minute chart, right? And we'll watch. It'll be the breakout over the 5 minute candle. So we'll tune it in. You'll get candle 1, first minute, second minute, third minute, fourth minute. At the end of the fourth candle, or whatever the high is out of those 4 candles, we take the high side breakout. So if it comes out and let's just say the first bid is 35 and then it drops down to $32 and then 33 and then 34, we take the 35 high candle as the breakout, we enter there, and then hopefully you see some volume come into the trade as well. That's the only thing I'm going to wait for, I think, now. Yeah, nothing yet. Nothing yet. Okay, I'm going to call it right here, and I will be back as soon as we get an IPO opened up here. So post in the room when you see one, let me know. Yeah, FSLR, the and ENPH tanking too. So going to be a decent day for me, a green day, but nothing to write home about. So I'll see everybody as soon as I see the IPO come out. I'll come back here in the room. Okay, see you in just a little bit. saw the IPO coming out now. Again, to me, it's this 20-cent spread stuff, probably not going to take it. I need to have a little bit bigger action, and maybe the hinge trade HNGE will give us a little leg up on it. This one is up 7 points. It's up 46%, which is great, but not a great run here. I mean, even if you're in here at $22, you've just made 23 cents, right? So that's not a huge win here for the stock. Can track it, but again, it's not. If you look at it back on the 1 minute, it would be breakout 1, 2, 3, 4. It would be breakout of this candle here, which the high is 23.95. It's going to be breakout at 23.95. Now here's the thing. I don't like it only because it moves in like 20-cent increments. So we'll check out the next one here, HNGE. When that one comes out, let's take a look at that. Maybe it'll give us a better opportunity here. Let's see here on. $23.95 though would be the entry on it. I'll be back here when the post it here in the room when HNGE comes on. Okay.